All right, we are live.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Thank you, Mr. Curl. Just 1 minute, Chairman Cody, before we begin.
All right.
Okay, Chairman Cody,
Yes.
we are all set. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I would like to send greeting to each of our board members and our citizens who were able to join us today at this meeting on January 26th. We will now call this meeting to order. It is 10:02. Beverly, can you start with the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Cody,
Present.
Director Emister,
Here. Thank you, Beverly.
Director O'Halloran, Director O'Halloran.
There we go. My computer wasn't letting me unmute. I'm here.
Okay, there you go. I didn't see your picture. Thank you. Director Leggett,
Present.
Director Robinson,
Here.
Director Adams,
Here.
Director Lockett, Director Sohn,
Present.
Director Odell,
Here.
and just for the record, I'll go back, Director Lockett. Okay, I'm not seeing him at the time. Chairman, you have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. Before we adopt the agenda, there needs to be a change for number 3, action item to consent. If there are no objection, I call for a motion to adopt today's agenda with the correction as stated.
So move.
Second. For the record, can we state what that item is, please?
Beverly?
Yes, ma'am. We're moving. So for agenda item 3, it states action items and it should be labeled as consent agenda items.
I have a
Okay.
question. This is Dr. Robinson. Before we vote on that one, my question is, does that mean that there'll be no discussion on these items?
No, ma'am, you can actually still pull whichever items from the consent agenda at any time for discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Hey, how you doing?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
this is,
Ms. Mulder.
the staff would actually like to pull item number 3 off of the agenda altogether.
But I wanted item number 3 to be a discussion item. I didn't necessarily want it pulled, but I would like us to discuss it if we could.
Let's discuss number 3.
But if it's being pulled, do we need to discuss it?
Well, why is it? Well, I guess the question, why would the staff want it pulled?
That's a good question.
Staff has concerns that there may not be a unilateral understanding of what all is included in this item. And so we would like to take the time to discuss it during next month's committee meetings to make sure that staff, well, that the board and that the staff are all on the same page in terms of what all is included in this item. And so just to be safe for this month, if something comes up between now and our next board meeting, we'll ask for a special call meeting and we won't use the emergency measures, which is fine.
Okay.
We just want to make sure that the staff and that the board, that we're all on the same page about these items. And so we are requesting that it be pulled from the agenda for this month.
And that's the reason I was asking for a discussion item, because I did have several questions
Mhm.
related to, I'll continue to do this. And based on what was given to us to read, it wasn't clear. So, I mean, either chair, you can make the decision to either pull it or discuss it, but that's my reason for wanting to discuss it.
So, Ms. Malden, you saying that, you don't have any information on the COVID-19 today?
Well,
For-
it's not that we don't have any information. I just think that staff's interpretation of what that means and the board's interpretation may not be quite in line. And so we believe that, of course, that it's critical that we all be on the same sheet of music. And so just to avoid any continued misunderstanding about it, we felt like it was something that maybe we should talk about in more detail during next month's committee meetings.
We could move it to old business.
Well, can we have it read? Can we have the measure read for the record before we decide to pull it, take it off, or move it? Because I'm not sure that it's confusing. So maybe I'm not remembering which thing we're talking about. So can we have it read for the record, please?
I'm going to ask Mr. Stearns to address that item at the appropriate time. We'll wait for a cue from you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, if we're going to remove it, it needs to be read now,
Okay,
I believe.
all right. Mr. Stearns, would you address that item, the emergency measures?
Sure. Let me just, pull it up. So this is the emergency measures that basically grant authority for the board. Let me just pull up the actual text of the language. So why it's not coming up.
I still think this can be handled under old business. It's already been in place. It's something that we routinely reauthorize. So we can get through these
All right.
action items and then talk about it under old business.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's table it under old business.
But you still have to amend the agenda to either
Right.
move it to old business because you have it as an action item. Am I correct?
I believe you are.
So we should decide what we want to do with that item.
But
I'll make a motion. We amend the agenda to move action item number 3 to old business.
Second,
And Mr. Chairman, for the record, I thought you were changing the label of action items to consent agenda.
That's correct.
yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I think, was that a misprint on that? Because
It was.
okay. Then I'll add that as part of my motion, that it be section 3 be consent items rather than action items.
and I will accept that as the second.
Thank you, Alan.
We have a vote on it.
Yes, sir, Chairman. Director Leggett, Director Emister,
Yes.
Director Odell,
Yes.
Director Stone,
Yes.
Director Lockett, and Commissioner
don't see
Lockett is
Bobby.
actually trying to join the call at this moment. Director Adams,
Yes.
Director Robinson,
Yes.
Director O'Halloran,
Yes.
Chairman Cody.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Do we have anything else we want to get pulled from the consent agenda?
I'd like to make a motion, we accept the consent agenda.
Second,
Beverly?
Okay, thank you. Director Emister,
Yes.
Director Odell,
Yes.
Director Stone,
yes.
Director Lockett, Director Adams,
Yes.
Director Robinson,
Yes.
Director Leggett. Yes, okay, Director O'Halloran, and
Yes.
that's just for the record for Director Leggett.
Yes.
And Chairman Cody.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to move on to the executive director's report and unit updates. I would open the floor to Ms. Malden and staff to provide the board with our department updates at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
You give me just a minute. Bear with me for just a moment. Okay. Okay. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, and good morning to all the members of the public. This is the Executive Director's Report for December 2020 into January 2021. First of all, we'd like to welcome our new board members, Commissioner Bobby Lockett and Commissioner Kenneth Adams. We are very excited to have the two of you as a part of the Chatham Area Transit family, and we look forward to working with you and getting your input and your governance as we seek to make CAT the best transit system in the world. I too, back in 2014, sat where you sit now as a board member for a transit authority in Birmingham, Alabama. But be careful, the transit bug is contagious. And I got involved as a board member and I could not seem to let it go, which is a good segue into welcome back to our returning board member, Director Tabitha Odell. We look forward to her continued contributions as we work to make, again, Chatham Area Transit the best transit agency in the world. All right. So to our new board members, we have an acronym that we use here at Chatham Area Transit that we started back when I joined the agency last June. And it is simply that in order for Chatham Area Transit to become the best transit agency in the world, we have to score in the hearts and minds of our customers, our employees, our community, and I'm going to add really our board. And so it's really important for us to score. And obviously I'm not scoring with my video. I shared the sound this time, but for some reason my video won't start. All right, well, that's okay. We will go to the next slide. All right, so as we score, I will be providing our new board members with one of these cards, and these cards actually have the breakdown for the SCORE acronym, which again is to stabilize our finances, C, care for our employees, customers, and community, O, optimize our operations, R, reimagine how we offer transit service and administration, and E, engage our board, our stakeholders, and customers throughout the process. So to our new board members, we'll be giving you all one of these so that you too can focus on how we score. And so with that being said, I'm going to transition and stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to allow our chiefs to go into their divisional reports, and then I'll come back to conclude my report. So I will now turn it over to Lenny Cooksey for our service delivery update.
Sounds great. Thank you very much. As we kind of get that prepared. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board of Directors, Ms. Malden, and colleagues. And we'll discuss a few things in the transit operations area, and we'll go through it and answer any questions as we go along. Next slide. So we finished the month. Basically, we're holding at 62% here. Our goal is 70, so we still have a few months to kind of work and to try to attain that. You know, we recorded our highest number in November of 63%, and I do have some ideas on that, and I'll discuss at the end of the presentation on as we continue to grind toward better performance, better schedule adherence. Next slide. Our ridership, the second month that it's been down, if you look at it from October. However, I think it was expected, you know, on the fixed route side going into December. You know, the real challenges are, you know, people are working from home, you know, if they have less hours, we're still in the surge. So we're anticipating that number to be down. And then of course, it remains to be seen on how quickly we're able to rebound, you know, based on what's happening in the country, you know, in reference to the vaccine and other things that as the economy, you know, continues or works towards growing, if we see these numbers change. So we're keeping a close eye on it. Next slide. Paratransit is leveled out at 93%. Our goal is 90, so we are outperforming our goal in this area. So I look to continue to see that. We really see in September, October timeframe where we really took a big step to get to that 93. So we're going to constantly be working on that number. There's a lot of different ideas, different people in place as we continue to work towards setting that as a higher goal next go round. Next slide. Again, I introduced this last go round. It's our top performers. Again, good numbers across the board. We had several over 90%. So I'm very excited that we're really dialed in on this number. But here again are our top performers on our paratransit. And later on in the presentation, I'll be able to share with you the new software we'll be using for our fixed route side and our ferry, where we can also monitor individual performance there as well. So these are good numbers, and I'm excited for these individuals. Next. Our ridership on para, kind of steady the last 2 months, November, December. Again, we're anticipating a slight downtick with everything that's going on, you know, for the month of December. So no worries there. What I can report that our online reservations is really starting to take off. We had, if you recall, I talked about it last go round. We had 16 people try it in the month of December. So we're already at about 70. And so we're really excited that is really going to take off. And what we're finding is a lot of our clients, the caregivers, are actually the ones filling out the forms. We're working on making the forms better. We got some great feedback. So I'm pretty excited to know that we're going to be able to resolve that particular issue. But what's exciting to me is that it's working. And, you know, we hope to post some pretty large numbers in the coming months on people that are actually having the opportunity to, you know, register online for a ride. Next slide. Our ferry ridership had an increase, so I'm very happy about that as well. You know, so we had some events that took place in December that kind of helped those numbers go up. So anytime we get a positive number up, that is a good sign. So we'll continue to do our work on the ferry. And that's a great team out there. And I'm going to mention something in a couple of slides about the water ferry that I wanted to share with you. But again, we're up in December for the water ferry. Next slide. Our call center, I had an opportunity to go back and kind of fine tune these numbers, but still strong numbers for our call center. I think, one of the things back in August with Ms. Malden's direction, we took the call center, I call it in the cloud, cloud-based, and had a chance to send those individuals home, and that's working really well. I mean, we're seeing the spike from August to now as far as the calls. They're doing an excellent job. It was a very smart thing to do. I think a lot of agencies were wrestling with how do you handle the call center. But if we can take calls in India and China and all over the world, we should be able to do it here locally. And when we've been able to do that, in fact, I've received a few individuals asking how did we shift the call center online and send those individuals home. So we've got a good system that works, and I'm very, very excited about that. And if you go to the next slide, so much so that, I was looking through this data and I was wondering how long is it taking our call center employees to answer the phone. These are astronomical numbers. As you see in August, this is in seconds, by the way, we saw our spike at 62 seconds. And that's because we were doing the transition. But these numbers, I mean, we're getting to the phone in less than a minute. Those are strong numbers, and that really attains to, Ashley Wilson's team, but also staffing and being able to work the software to its fullest extent. So I did want to share that number. That is a very impressive number. So I want to give kind of kudos to them in the organization, because it's really about taking care of our clients and getting to them as quickly as possible to answer their questions. So that's, again, very important. Next slide, please. And I mentioned about the ferry and why I have this slide on here. We recently had a Coast Guard safety inspection. So anytime you get a thumbs up or pass an inspection, I'm pretty excited because we got a lot of things that can be inspected here. The team did a fantastic job. They're really working, honestly, with not as much as they need in realization, but what they are working with, they're making it happen. So this particular inspection is for like lifeboats. Life jackets. You have your engine room, any safety item. So we passed with flying colors. All of our ferries have passed. It's an annual inspection, and what happens is every 5 years they're dry docked, and the Coast Guard will take a look at the hull of each boat as well and make sure everything is well. So kudos to the water ferry team for again continuing to put out, getting the job done. And in the top left portion of that, I have a picture of the engine room. So if you've never had an opportunity, or if you ever want the opportunity to really take a look at that engine room, you can literally eat off the floor. So they do a fantastic job. And again, I wanted to show you that we're kind of keeping things in order, and they're doing a great job. Next slide. This particular slide, one of the things came up was, how much parking do we have? What do we look like? And this is kind of an overview. And if you notice on the left-hand side, I have like a little arrow kind of pointing to the charging station. That's roughly where our electric bus charging station will be located. I mean, we have the capacity to park 167 vehicles. We're currently at 122. So with yard management, as things come in and go out, we'll be able to manage that and kind of maneuver that things around. So I want you to get an overview of what that looks like, and that kind of our parking challenges, more so is moving around the lot than actual parking spaces. So we're constantly working on that. We have a plan to stay on top of that. So that kind of gives you an overview where we are with the parking. Next slide. And again, just a quick update. The infrastructure for the electric bus will be completed on the 26th. Our first delivery, March 15th at this time. So we're excited about that. Of course, we'll run a test on those buses just to see how long we can run them without, before the next charge and things of that nature, and kind of outfit them, getting them ready for service. And then the last bus we'll receive, electric bus, will be in October. So we are moving along very well. It's a very well managed project. Mr. Steve Boatwright. So we are on schedule. We're on pace, and I'm very excited about the electric bus rollout. Next slide. Real quick, I wanted to let you know, so we have a system, and you heard us talking about it a lot, called Clever Devices. In fact, they're here today. They're on the ground, kind of taking a look at a variety of things. And this is more of a higher level, conversation. I hope to come back with them to kind of do a little deeper dive with you. So you'll get you'll get a chance to see what it is. But Clever Devices really will change the game. It's almost like going from the minor leagues
Join the meeting
to the major leagues. We will have the capability on the real-time passenger information. So a customer can be standing at the bus stop and they can look down on their app, and it will obviously let them know what time or how long before the bus reaches them. But it will also allow them to know how many people are on board by giving a low, medium, or high based on the number of people. So in this era of COVID, they now have a choice to say, well, it's too many people. Maybe I can wait for the next bus, or I'll plan something else. It'll give them an idea of how to manage that part of their life. In addition to that, it also gives us vehicle health monitoring. So now I have a maintenance employee who will be tracking this. If, say, there's low oil or transmission fluid, or we have a low tire, it'll already send a signal to the maintenance department, who can now go in and pull the bus, say, hey, look, we need to do a bus change. Something's about to happen. So it'll actually help us reduce costs by catching those errors ahead of time. It'll allow us to, as far as the business intelligence piece, to do a lot of data analytics on our routes, as well as an individual performance. So I've had an opportunity to work with this product in 2 agencies. It's very good. Again, it's like going into the pros. And I'm very excited it's here. Next month, I'll share with you a timeline on how long it's going to take to kind of get everything in place and what we're looking at in a little more detail. But I wanted to let you know that this project is off and running, and this is good stuff. So look for more to come soon. Next slide. And I'll close out with our route roundtable. And this is something that, in talking with Ms. Malden, we want to get better. We need to know more of what's happening in the system as far as what the operators see, what they, different ideas that they have. And the idea on the route roundtable is to take any safety issues, scheduling issues, customer service issues, and kind of collect all that information. And as we build our routes out going forward, to take that information in addition to what's already been done to build a better system. And this is kind of, it's kind of the grassroots approach, being that we can't really meet. So we're working this approach. I mean, I have at least probably about 60 different comments so far to work with, and it'll get to the point we'll make a decision. Is it coverage or is it frequency? What works better for the customers here at Chatham Area Transit. So the route roundtable, I'm working with the marketing department, as well as the planning department and the safety department to gather this information and run this very, very important project out so we can get better. Next slide. And I am open for any questions. I know it's a lot of stuff, but I am open for any questions on anything I spoke about.
This is Dr. Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
When we look at the electric buses and the maintenance and those kind of things, would that require additional training or additional personnel for the maintenance of those buses?
Yeah, it won't require additional personnel, but there will be some additional training that we'll be able to handle here in-house and through the builder Gillig of those particular vehicles. So we'll be in a good place as far as that, as far as training or anything we need with that. Right.
The other question is, and I think it was a fantastic report. Thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
My concern is there any budget implications for these innovative things that we're embarking on?
Well, my first approach is to do it within the confines of what we're doing now. As far as the Clever device, the electric bus stuff, that's already been taken care of. The route roundtable, at some point, there will be possible budget implications, but that's something we would bring back, once we have all of our different ideas and different things to present. I think some money has been spent on that, on Let's Go. So we have the ability inside to take that information, add what we're doing, because most of the cost has already been absorbed on that particular piece. And now we can fine tune it and make it work for Chatham Area Transit. So my goal is to work within the confines of what we can do financially, and then anything outside of that, definitely bring it forward.
All right, any other questions?
Director,
I've got some.
Yes.
It's very echoey in here. I think just a quick point, Dr. Robinson, on the financial thing. If I remember correctly, a lot of these procurements for clever devices, for the electric buses, for the water ferries, for a lot of these, even the clever devices one, if I'm remembering correctly, we're paying less than 50% for most of them from our local budgets. And a lot of this stuff is being matched either federally through FTA grants, and additionally through partnerships with organizations like the MPC. Is that right? The MPC is our partner on the clever devices.
But my question is more about additional costs.
Right,
Yeah.
on top of that.
Yeah, mine was about additional costs.
Got it. But no, honestly, Mr. Cooksey, I just got to say that's an extremely encouraging report. I'm really glad to see all those graphs and the direction they're headed on. It's kind of fun to see staff working together to create some new initiatives. I love the sticky note thing. I think that is the bee's knees. Put me down for an engine room tour. We'll figure out when we need to do that. And something else I was thinking is it would be interesting to see on-time performance by routes. So are there routes that we are particularly not able to hit our 70% on-time performance goal for? And maybe where are those? And is it a problem with not, like, and what is the problem? Is it we just like, we've set ourselves up for failure because we just can't do it on time? Or are there other obstacles in place? I would imagine we could get some really interesting information from looking at it that way. And it's really cool to be able to ask questions like this and feel confident that we're going to get good data back.
Yes, absolutely. I'll look into the by route performance, just quickly, and I know there's others that need to talk behind me. One of my experiences is really by route, on-time performance. That's real, honestly, that is the only way we're going to be able to attack the system and get better is by minute, route by route, on-time performance data. So Clever will allow us to do that. We don't quite have that capability now. It's coming, and it's very effective in us getting better. So I can take a look at what we have now as far as route performance and maybe share that, but do know the future is here, and we're going to get better rather quickly when this is in place.
Very cool. Congratulations. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have one other question, and it might be a safety question, but before you got here with us, Mr. Cooksey,
Yes, ma'am.
There was some kind of safety issue in the parking lot, and there was supposed to be some change, some corrections made to that. Chairman Cody, you recall what that was, and has it been taken care of?
it was some, we had to repair some asphalt or something in that parking lot.
Yes.
Was that taken care of?
Join the meeting.
Yes, to my understanding, they did do some patchwork out there. However, the realization is at some point, we're going to have to repave that entire yard and restripe it. But I think we did a quick fix just for tripping hazards. But again, coming down the pike at some point, you'll be seeing something more on getting that taken care of properly.
Specifically, that was done on Labor Day weekend, which is when, the traffic, of course, is lower at the agency. That's when the patchwork was done on the bus lot. But we do have a long way to go in terms of making it completely safe and compliant. There needs to be additional striping and all of that, kind of walkways painted and all of that. And so we have not, we didn't include any of that, to my understanding, in our budget for this year, but we will be looking at that as we get into our budget prep sessions for next year. But we do have more work to do.
But Mr. Stern, if I recall, we did an RFP and there were like 3 vendors that voted on that repair job. And there was some discussion, about who was let the job. So I don't understand what the delay is and why that hadn't been done, because when they brought it to us, it was an emergency issue.
It wasn't actually an RFP. It was just done by small procurement. By small, I mean, I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of just under $150,000. So that work was done. So the work that was brought before the board, when we're talking about the commercial property like this, patchwork is, I guess, relative, but the work that was brought before the board was done. That was somewhere in the neighborhood of 150,000. They did, it's actually concrete work where they poured thicker slabs and they put rebarb in there and kind of did all those. So the trip and hazard was some workers' comp claims that they're tripping over the cracked concrete. And so all that's been taken care of. And so the scope of work that was brought before the board and approved by the board.
That work was completed in September.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what concerned me was the term patchwork. That's why I was asking.
Well, it was described as a patch because we literally blocks of the lot were cut out, the ones that were uneven, and then they were re-cemented. So instead of just an overarching paving of the entire lot, you can't see my hand moving, I'm sorry, but the uneven parts of the lot were cut out and they were re-leveled, and then the concrete was applied. So that was the only reason why I believe it was described as a patchwork.
But the safety hazard has been done away with.
It has. As I understand, it has.
Do we have a time frame for how long this patchwork gonna last?
I do not. Mr. Boatwright is actually out with the Clever Device team, but we can absolutely take that question back to Mr. Boatwright and provide an answer to the board.
Yes. Thank you. Any more questions?
All right, we will now, if not, thank you so much, Mr. Cooksey, for that wonderful report.
You're welcome.
We will now transition into our administrative services update. Mr. Stearns.
Good morning, members of the board. Let me just get the slide going here. So I wanted to kind of start with, there's greater detail in our report, but I want to highlight some real kind of initiatives that I'm kind of proud of for administrative services. One of the very clear mandates that we got from once Ms. Malden came into office was we need to improve communications around here at CAT. For many of us that's been around for a little bit, we can kind of understand that communication's not always the best. It's certainly, we can always improve. One of the big initiatives that I think will help us in this area is to get every employee an email account. It seems real basic, but to me, it's a fundamental thing in today's era where every employee should have a company email account. Currently, or previously, our operators and maintenance staff didn't really have access to an email, but I'm happy to say we've gone through the process of getting every employee an email account, and thanks to Mr. Cooksey and his team, they are working to implement it with every operator and maintenance staff. So very soon here, we'll have a very effective way for employees to get communications from CAT, and they'll be able to access this communication through any internet device, or we'll have computers set up on site that they can kind of go to and access if they don't have the ability to do that from home. So I'm really excited about this because it will not only improve our communications, but will lead into some other areas that I'll go into. So I just, I think I want to commend Ms. Malden in really pushing us to seek better ways to communicate with not only our employees, but our stakeholders. And other people around us. So this is very exciting. We were actually able to reach out and work with the IT services division at JTA. The initial hurdle for us was licensing. And until recently, we've always been told it's going to cost $5 to $6 per month per employee to get an email account, which is a substantial cost when you're talking about 150 employees. But we were able to find alternative licensing that really gives us what we need for our emails. So it's really nice to be able to access other people in the industry that face the exact same situations we do of operators and maintenance personnel needing emails. So I'm really excited to get that going, and that should be, we have the emails themselves, it's just getting them implemented at this point. Now, the emails will actually feed into this other area, and I think it not only is about communication, but it optimizes how we're going to do administrative services. So DocTrax is a software that we have found within the compliance arena that will allow us to have a cloud-based policy platform. So every employee and board members will have a ability to log into this platform and see all of CAT's policies and other documents we want to put out there. And so the really cool thing about this is not only does it function kind of like an intranet for our employees and board members, but it also will allow us to track. We can collaborate on policies and track changes and have an audit trail of what the policy used to look like, what the changes were. It's a very powerful tool. It will allow us not only, once we publish a policy, we could require attestations that you received it. So if we have a large policy like a compliance and ethics policy, we can actually require that all users acknowledge that they received the policy, and then we have an audit trail tracking that. So we're in the implementation process of this. We're kind of getting some training on that. Implementing it, setting it up. And so I put down there BOT test subjects needed. If anyone would like to be a beta tester, please let me know. We need to see how it kind of works. We have a vision of how it'll work and improve kind of flow for policy creation and editing with the board. But sometimes vision doesn't always work out as to reality. So we need some beta tester should someone want to come forward and help us out with that. But this is really exciting because it has other features too, where we can even do some sort of training stuff and make sure people acknowledge that they received the training, watch the video. It's somewhat learning management software-esque, if you're familiar with that term. So this DocTrax is really exciting and really kind of goes to a overall goal of using some technology to help us be more efficient with the resources that we have, so we can be more efficient and more productive by implementing technologies that are available. So speaking of technologies, just an update with HR. Many of you know we are kind of woefully deficient in our understanding of the capabilities of Munis. I'm happy to report that we have gotten underway with our Munis training. It's extensive training. It basically looks at 13 full training days. So, it has to be spread out for schedules and the company and everything like that. So it's not even like, 2 weeks will be done, but I'm very happy to be underway. It looks very extensive. Looks like we're going to have some very interesting capabilities that I think the board will be impressed with down the line. And as we kind of get more comfortable with those, we can kind of reveal some of the capabilities that will be available to us. And finally, risk management. We're really in a process of reimagining risk management. Risk management has a lot of potential to look at where data is trending, where things are happening, why accidents are occurring, be it on property or out in the buses. What we're doing is taking this opportunity to put into place various procedures and mechanisms to gather the data that we need to turn it from a risk reporting mechanism to a risk management, with the idea being, let's prevent it before it even happens. And this is just one of these things about reimagining how we offer transit services and administrative services. So this is something that's very exciting. It allows us to reach out and work with operations and safety because, as you might imagine, they kind of overlap a lot. A lot may happen, say, with a route that we need to work with operations, but feed that into a training mechanism through safety. So it's an exciting time for risk management because we're able to start to collaborate and put mechanisms in place that weren't in place prior. Really, that allows us to gather the data so that we can say, hey, this corner on Abercorn is particularly dangerous. Why is that? Is there a tree in the way? Is it a training issue? What's going on? Until now, it was just basically we had to rely more on just collective memory of what's going on with the route. So those are some kind of more high level just summaries of some of the kind of cooler projects, I guess I would say. There's a little more data that you can look at in our report. But if anyone has any questions at this time, I'll of course take questions.
Mr. Stern, this is Dr. Robinson.
Yes, Dr. Robinson.
The Munis training, who specifically will be involved?
So, well, it depends. Right now, the HR training is all of our HR personnel, myself, and the compliance manager. And it's being conducted by Tyler. Tyler Technologies is the creator of the Munis software. So it's company training provided, done by Tyler. And specifically for HR, it's all of HR, compliance, and then myself. And then we'll have financial training that'll be, members within finance and probably compliance too. Compliance, I generally try to put on a lot of the training because if they're going to go back and look at what's being done, they kind of need to know how the system works. So compliance is one of those that kind of crosses over. So there's a little bit of procurement training within the finance portion of the training. So procurement will be involved in that, and then finance in the truly finance portion.
So with the group that's currently giving the training, are they amenable to training the trainer, that we have in-house training once?
Yeah, it's that's kind of my goal in the background. So we're trying to get everyone up to speed. We're able to get documents, literature, kind of training aids. And so the ultimate goal will be to put together a program where we can train new people as they come on board. And there will be that collective institutional knowledge that we just don't have right now. So that's the ultimate goal. I mean, I think they're open to it, but really they're just given the training that would be out there, and I'm taking it from there to say, well, we might as well put all of this stuff that we've learned into a presentable, trainable fashion. And I actually had them record the session so that we could then have people sit and watch the session. I'm playing with that. I'm having them record it, but I'm playing with it because it was like an 8-hour training session for one module. So that's going to be tough to have everyone sit through, 13 days of training just to bring them up to speed. So I'm trying to see if we can bring that down to a little more of something a little more user friendly. But yeah, that's definitely on our mind to have it so that institutionally it doesn't matter who's where, you just follow the training and hopefully it'll keep you up to speed.
I've got one question. We've had Munis for a while. Is there any way that, because we haven't had this extensive training before, that we can defray some of the cost of this training back to the original contract?
No, is the simple answer. I've tried. The reality is Munis is, for what it is out in the industry, it's, it's very reasonably priced for all that we have. And most companies, basically, they have an annual training program with Munis. So it's just kind of part of looking at the cost. And we just haven't ever done that. I don't think, I think we are going to need to have some level of training consistently throughout each year, but I certainly don't think it'll be to the level of what we're doing right now. I think we'll have a train the trainer kind of thing, and then focus more on minimal things like changes and upgrades and stuff like that within the Munis program. But yeah, the simple answer is I tried, but didn't get all that far, other than I got drastically reduced training rates, which was something.
Thank you.
I did want to ask a question, David. On the emails, you said it would cost, originally we was getting prices of $5 and $6 per email for that
Yes.
account. How much are we paying now?
$2. So it's, yeah, I mean, it's a cost, but to me, it's a cost that is definitely worthwhile because of the ability to communicate with employees. And I mean, whole divisions of our employees don't have as easy communication as we do. You know, we just look at an email and, oh, okay. But then getting that down to other employees is so tough. So yeah, the licensing now is at $2, down from $5. So to me, that's, you know, very reasonable for what we're getting.
All right, thank you.
I have a quick question, follow up. They do not have a personal email that could be used at no expense?
We can't require them to use their personal email. So they can voluntarily give us their personal email, but we can't require it. And so what this does is allow us to have an email and now we can say, listen, you're responsible for checking your email. We're going to send out communications through this route. We can even look at doing things like moving away from paper advance statements by having a company email. So there's a number of reasons. The truthful answer is probably the majority have personal emails, but the somewhat more involved answer is we can't force them to use their personal emails, but we can say everyone has a company email. So it solves a lot of problems for us.
Oh, no, that would just seem like a personal responsibility to me, but okay.
Can
Dr.
they
Rahala?
forward to their personal if they have one? Will they have that ability to have those messages forwarded?
Yeah, I believe so.
Because I know the Catch a Cat does. I had it transferred to my personal because I don't even know if I ever signed up for the other one, but as long as they can do that, that's probably helpful.
Yeah, and I believe they will because it's based off Office 365 platform.
Okay.
So
yeah,
they'll be able to use an app if they want to just keep it separate. They'll be able to access it through, you know, an app online or whatever. Or, you know, I would imagine, I know we can forward, so I think it's the same licensing with the 365 that you can just forward the emails on. So they would be able to do that too, as well as for anyone that doesn't have an email, because we do have people that just to date haven't had an email that we know of. We have it available for them, and then also have computers on site. That way, if they don't have access to internet, they can at least have access on site. All right. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Stearns, for that report. We're excited about what's going on in both our operations and administrative divisions. And now we will continue to hear about exciting advances in our system development division.
Thank you, Chief Holden, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Let me just share my screen. Okay. 1 second. There we go. Okay. As a reminder, my division includes long-term and transit planning, route scheduling, innovation, and business development. And I'm just going to take a minute this morning to highlight a few initiatives that my team is currently working on. Savannah's microtransit proposal. Inspired by our CEO's SCORE initiative, we in system development have been exploring the R, so how to reimagine how we offer transit services. We were asked by the city of Savannah to sit down with their staff and prepare and discuss their current downtowner program And with our finance and operations team, we explored whether this would be a new enterprise that we could run in-house or one that we would want to hire, for which we would want to hire a third-party operator. We chose the third-party operator, and this is a win for CAT. We're excited about the invitation to have been invited into this conversation. And in December, we presented the city a microtransit proposal with several service options. You can see the 3 options here on the screen. The main differences being in type and number of vehicles. Currently, the program runs 2 electric vehicles and a third ADA compliant gas-powered vehicle. So we wanted to give the city multiple options so they could choose which works best for them. Now the city is reviewing our proposal, and I will bring this back to the board as soon as we know more. Last month, I presented some information about the Veterans Half Fare program, and I received some feedback from you concerning the time frame for which to give an adequate review process for this pilot program. As you remember, a 6-month pilot program was approved by the board and began on November 11th, 2019. It included a 50% reduction in fares for veterans on all of our routes. And we were able to pull about 3 months of ridership data before the start of COVID-19 and the suspension of our fares. As you know, fares were reinstated in December of 2020. So in order to fulfill FTA's requirements, system development will continue to monitor the program for the months of December, January, and February, and we'll have a full Title VI analysis for you at the March board meeting. At that point, the board can decide to move forward or to discontinue the program, or you can decide, as was discussed briefly at last month's meeting, to wait, give it an additional 3 months to get a full analysis after the pandemic began. And in that case, we would bring it back to the board for a full determination in May. So again, I will present the Title VI analysis in March as required by the FTA, but then we'll ask the board for more direction, and you all can direct us at that point as to how you want us to proceed. I think I'm most excited about this third project, not that I'm not excited about the other stuff, but I'm excited about this third project led by the system development team. Transit district potential expansion. From day one, our CEO has wanted to develop and strengthen partnerships throughout Chatham County and the coastal region. We are delivering this by partnering with Garden City staff on the potential expansion of the transit district in Garden City. You can see from this map, the sections in red are where the transit district currently exists in Garden City. We have met with the city staff multiple times to determine the best way to maximize efficiency, and will present a phased approach to the city council and to this board of directors in the month of February. Phase 1 will be aimed at connecting the existing transit districts. So they're along Route 21, along the Route 21 corridor, and in that northeast corner of the city. And phase 2 will be aimed at industrial expansion along additional corridors. We are excited to see so much happening in Garden City that are currently in the planning and development stages, which is really what's leading to that phase 2 aimed at industrial expansion. And even more thrilled to be part of the conversation with how CAT can provide services to these developments.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
In expanding these routes, is that going to be covered under the tax base?
Yes. Yes, so part of the analysis was us looking at the parcels that were suggested by the city staff and doing the calculation as to what the tax base then would be, and then really doing a rough estimate of, okay, if we added service to this area, can we cover that at $122 an hour, which is our current fixed route cost per hour? And the answer is yes. There are multiple options that we can give Garden City that will be fully covered by the tax base increase.
But have they approved it?
No. The first, we've met with Garden City in, I want to say November. We met with City Council. They gave us their staff and asked us to all work together. And so in the month of February, we'll be presenting to City Council and to this board some of those phased plans in more detail so that everyone can see and understand, and we can get some feedback and move forward there.
But if they do not approve any funding for this through the tax base, then what will we do then?
If they don't approve any tax base increase, then there would be no increase in service.
Okay, because I mean, that's sort of where this has all fallen behind before. I mean, they just didn't want to approve it. So I'm just curious to know, what our chances are at this point, because historically that has not been the case.
I wasn't involved in the past, but I will say that when we met with Garden City City Council, we did get a pretty positive response from the entire board. That was super exciting. And B, in working with staff, that's why we chose the phased approach. We didn't want to go in with the whole kit and caboodle and have them say, no, that's too big and we can't do that.
And would this need to entail Pooler or Port Wentworth as well?
At this point, the discussions have not, with my team, have not moved into Pooler and Port Wentworth, but I see it as a stepping stone, right? Garden City has our transit district already in some of their municipality, and they're very interested in expanding. So as we get more buy-in from the city, and should we get approval from them and you to expand there, that seems like a really good stepping off point to then talk to Port Wentworth and then Pooler.
Yeah, I was just thinking, because Pooler is where a lot of the industry is centered. And, I don't want to, if we're going to really expand this and help people get to places of employment, I would think that would be a key component.
If I may jump in at this point, Commissioner Stone, I definitely agree with you. Pooler is a goal, but remember, we're actually doing this at the request of Garden City. Garden City asked us to come in and to talk to them about what the possibilities look like. We are also pursuing service opportunities with Port Wentworth. We haven't really had anything to materialize, so we don't really have a lot to report, but those talks are ongoing. And so we believe that this is a good, solid step in the right direction. We have our chairman as the lead ambassador for this project, and I think that also helps. And so we're just excited about getting this far along in the process, and we're going to put everything we can into it to hopefully have a different outcome than we had before. But we definitely want, at least it won't be because we didn't try. And so we're going to put our best foot forward and at least try to get the expansion of the transit district.
Can I make a comment, please? Director Stone, are you finished? I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I'm finished. Waiting. Thank you. Thank you.
One of the things, for as Garden City is concerned, we do have some new elected officials, and when we did our meet and greet, they were there. Additionally, Ms. Dice, this may help. Your chairman, I think, lives in Garden City and has some influences there. I'd also like to suggest that a calendar be created of when you're going to be doing these meetings, because you have county commissioner board members that sits on your board that can assist with some of the communications. So if we know, like in advance, what you're doing, you have a city representative on your board, so you've got resources on your board that if you want to share information with them, they can probably assist you when you run into maybe challenges or roadblocks or questions that you may not know what to ask. So I think a calendar of events might be helpful from your department to this board so that we can decide if we want to participate or not. That's just my suggestion. Because I like to know beforehand what's happening, what's going on. That's just who I am.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. That's actually our plan moving forward to do that. The meetings that have been held so far have been really technical in nature, in terms of, meetings of the planning staffs, just even talking about what the specific possibilities could be. But we're excited to know that all of you all may be interested in working with us on various expansion projects that we're looking at. And so we will definitely put a calendar together of all of these future meetings, and we certainly welcome any and everyone's participation in the process, because it is truly going to take all of us to move these initiatives forward.
Yeah, Dr. O'Halloran.
Yeah, Mike Vacker can probably back me up on this. We met probably a year and a half ago, Mike Brown, Mike and I, with Mayor Bethune and his staff. Their initial concern was to add stops along 21, particularly at the expanded and renovations of the schools on 21. We don't have any stops near there. And a lot of the students who participate in sports and other reasons for staying after classes were being left off the bus service. So they had no way to get from the school to other parts of the city, particularly Chatham City.
Yes.
So that was the first thing, was basically adding a couple of stops to the existing route just to pick up those spots where students would be involved. And I know now they're industrializing a major section of town. So that's another, that was kind of brought up, but only vaguely, because most of that hadn't been started. And so these are ongoing, and, you know, their biggest concern, I think, at that point was the tax rate as compared to their property tax rate. They had it down to under $3 per 100,000, and adding like another 1.2 to that was like a 25% increase in the tax rate. So that's always been their concern, and they've worked very hard to get that number down. And Cody can vouch for that, as his mother worked on that for a lot of years on the council. But that was always been their biggest concern, because they have a very small tax base. But now with these industries coming in, that should improve, which should give us some chance to get that going in the future. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay.
And to wrap up, that's it for us in the system development team. Please refer to your packets for additional ridership analysis for the month of December. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bren.
Thank you, Ms. Dice. Certainly excited about the things that we are doing in system development. And now we will go into our safety update from our Chief Safety Officer, Mr. Charles Hall.
Good morning, everyone. To the chairman of the board, and spectating public. Start with the highlights that we encountered through the month of December. Can everyone see my screen?
Not yet.
No, it's not up.
What about now?
No.
Oh. All right, now. It should be up now. Okay, thank you. All right, I'll start out with a review of what we accomplished late November with the public transit agency safety plan. As you know, we had that adopted. The next iteration of that process was to make sure that it was disseminated to various agencies. Those include the union, the Metropolitan Planning Commission, and the Georgia Department of Transportation. We'll also have it reviewed by the FTA during the next triennial, so there's nothing that we need to report to them at this juncture. So we'll just wait till they come into view the document itself. I'm also sharing some milestones we had with preventable accidents. We're still digging down into the numbers, but for the previous year, we were able to report about 24 preventable accidents. 10 were with paratransit. We had 3 that were in the maintenance shop, and we also had 11 with fixed routes. So we're going to use those as a benchmark, and we're hoping to drive those numbers down significantly, as you see. And what we're going to do to make sure we're trending downward is to make sure that we roll out some reinforced training across the entire organization with the fixed route drivers, paratransit drivers, as well as our maintenance staff. That's going to be put on by the transit and paratransit companies, acronym for TAPCO. We're hoping to roll that out in March and hoping to have several sessions across each quarter to make sure we reach as many employees as we can. And looking ahead, we started doing some preliminary planning, and there may be some slight budgetary implications as a result of rolling out the training and also ensuring that there's coverage for service. One of the things that I'm looking at doing too, where I've already started, so you should start seeing some results of my evaluations. I'm looking at evaluating the entire security footprint. That includes security service providers, cameras, and access control. I started that actually in November, and we're actually in the process now of looking at what we need to do in terms of refurbishing some of the equipment we have, as well as looking at new opportunities and innovations in the security field. I would note that my research is indicating that the trend in the security field is showing that cost and the demand is going up as a result of COVID. So shortly, you should be getting some information as to how that will look moving forward in terms of requests for expenditures. One of the things that we're still heavily on, and that is our human trafficking campaign. The Safety and Security Department, along with Marketing and Communications, we've already begun the process. We had a brainstorming meeting back on the 6th of January, and we're looking at rolling out a standalone campaign. As you may know, January is actually the Human Trafficking Awareness Month, but we are going to launch a standalone campaign as we place that campaign, an awareness campaign, in transit specifically. Moving on to COVID, as you know, we're still in the midst of the pandemic itself. Numbers have been trending upward. There have been 722,062 confirmed cases in the state of Georgia thus far, 11,854 confirmed deaths, 48,498 hospitalizations. Of those, 8,203 required ICU admissions. In the past 24 hours, there have been 3,559 confirmed cases, 53 deaths, 113 hospitalizations. That's statewide. Chatham County, there have been 15,756 cases to date, 1,227 hospitalizations, and unfortunately, there have been 274 deaths reported in Chatham County. The good news is that, as we heard, there has been a vaccine, or several now. Transportation falls within phase 1B of the rollout. In Chatham County, we're still in phase 1A+, because there were some delays. That process is taking a little longer, so they've now termed it 1A+. Once we enter into phase B, we'll be notified by the health department or through other electronic or media sources. Recently also completed COVID-19 awareness training sponsored by the National Center for Biomedical Research and Training in conjunction with Louisiana State University. And through that training, learning that we are extremely compliant with what industry standards are in terms of how we deal with the response to COVID-19. Also, you may have heard through the news and other media outlets that there are an abundance of reports about the N95 mask and the federal mask mandate. Currently, we are not in a position to mandate the wearing of the N95 mask by employees. Just in conducting research, just to get about 4,000 masks, which are disposable, it'll cost about $20,000. And that's if we can actually find them. The other cumbersome process in dealing with N95 masks is that they require not only daily fitness tests, but each individual wearing them are supposed to undergo a medical exam to see if their respiratory system will allow them to wear an N95 mask. So it's an intense and arduous process even to consider wearing the N95 mask. However, we would recommend, if they choose, they can wear 2 masks. There has been research to suggest that it's safer to in preventing the spread of COVID-19. There's also a federal mandate and conducting research that's primarily being leveraged by the airline industry right now, although it does extend to local public transportation. And the problem that we would still have in that process would be armed to actually enforce it. So we aren't looking at enforcing it. However, we are still strongly encouraging passengers to wear masks. And as I conclude, I just want to reiterate the fact that CAT Safety and Security Department is looking to score in 2021 by creating a culture of safety and security through constant training and employee engagement. And I am reporting that we will be having some exciting news coming up next month about what we're doing in terms of our training regiments. And I'm looking forward to sharing that with the board and the public. That's all I have. Are there any questions?
I have one. This is Dr. Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hall, you mentioned a financial implication in the training.
Yes.
What my question is this training that we're doing, can none of that be done through APTA and defray some of that cost? Because, we pay membership fee in APTA, and I've not seen anybody talk about any of APTA's training, rather for COVID or whatever, but we're doing outside sourcing of training.
Well, the training will be conducted inside. It'll be a lot of technical training. The cost offsets will come with having the operators come in and actually attend the training, because if they're on a day off, we'll have to pay them. And then if they're actually working, we have to backfill their routes. So that's where the cost will come in. We're going to conduct the training internally.
So, but again, my question was about the training that APTA offers to agencies. Any of the training that we're doing, whether it be COVID related or whatever, can any of those things be done through APTA?
Yes, we're still looking at APTA, and there's another provider that we have already had some training materials sent and used within the organization. So we're going to be using information and materials that we already have. There should be no additional cost to procuring additional training materials.
And my other question has to do with the federal mandate.
Yes.
Can we usurp the federal mandate and not mandate the wearing of masks if the federal government said that's something we have to do? I know there's a cost factor. I know there's other ramifications, but for us to say we can't do it, can we not do it?
Well, are you talking about for the employees or for the public?
Well, when you're talking about the federal mandate, I'm more concerned about our standing
right
federally when it comes to our employees or people on our buses.
Right.
So if my question is, the federal government has mandated the wearing of these masks, and if that's something you got to look up, I'm okay with that as well. My question is, can we ignore a federal mandate?
I think what most local, and this is through research, most local public transportation agencies are right now. And what I've learned is that most of the mandates apply to the FAA. And from what I'm understanding, the FAA is not the ones that actually have the actual plan and process. They have the mandate, but they don't have a plan yet. So what I'm gathering is that once the FAA comes up with a plan, that'll trickle down to other transportation entities as well. But they haven't even put together their plan yet.
So there is nothing that says we have to do it right now, is what you're
Correct.
saying.
Correct.
And can I jump in for just a second? So now that the mandate has been passed, FTA's charge primarily is to come up with a plan for how that is implemented on the agency level. So right now we're just kind of in a holding pattern until FTA comes down with a plan for how transit agencies are to comply with this mandate. But no plan has been put in place. So in talking with other agencies, everybody's just continuing to move forward as they have previously, awaiting the mandate or awaiting the plan from FTA regarding how we would handle that mandate.
What I would encourage us to do, because we know it is a federal mandate, it might be something we will have to do. I think we should start educating at least our staff as to what the ramifications are, and what may have to happen if this federal mandate is in place, and it gives them an opportunity to make decisions on their own. You follow me? Because I think it is important that in the front end, that we be as proactive as possible with this federal mandate with our employees and our staff and the board as well. So the more information we have, the better we can support you.
Right.
Absolutely. We agree with that. It's just that we want to make sure that we're giving the correct information, and we're still awaiting details from FTA in terms of how we need to proceed. But we will definitely make sure that everyone, board, employees, public, that we're all included and that we're all informed about how we need to proceed with that.
Dr. Halloran hand is up. Dr. Halloran has his hand.
Yeah, I have two things on that. One, if they mandate the N95s, I'm assuming, and that's always an assumption, that there's going to be some federal money available to cover the additional costs. As far as simple answers, double masking right now is probably the most effective, short of going to N95s, where the regular surgical mask with a cloth mask covering, because they can be washed and reused, is an option that we can start using almost immediately. The cost of those is probably nowhere near what an N95 is.
We will definitely take all of that under consideration as we look at our supply chain and what we have available to provide to our operators. But know that safety is first and foremost. We want to make sure that we are providing our operators with everything that we can to make sure that they're safe.
Yeah, and the fact that the outer covering cloth masks are washable makes a big difference, because we don't have to replace them on it. We have to replace the underside. And I believe they also have N9 sleeves that can be inserted under a cloth mask to give some additional protection. There are things other than just the straight N95s, because they're like, what, $12 a piece?
Right.
Change daily, and the screens can be replaced. There's so much out there on masking right now. It's almost impossible to keep track and keep up with what they keep changing.
It is. And there's also a backlog of true N95 masks, and there's a surplus of fake N95 masks. And of course, we want to make sure that if we're going to be spending our money on this, making this investment, that we're getting what it is that we're supposed to have. So that's why we haven't jumped off the deep end just yet. We want to make sure that we're very well informed, and that we're working with our supply chain to make sure that what we are ordering is specifically what we're getting.
Yeah, and the simplest, like I said, is the double mask with a cloth exterior one that, we have to give them a mask a day anyhow, but we can increase their safety. We get some nice cat cloth, so everybody's wearing a cat mask, not with the whiskers and the nose on it, just cat.
So Mr. Hall,
Everybody in that look, that might be too much.
Or we could get creative and have whiskers.
Mr. Hall,
Ellen, I didn't expect you to give it out, but yeah, it would be cute.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hall, based on your research, you have not discovered who the makers of the original mask are, because Ms. Mullen just alluded to everything. There's always people faking it. We know that, but we don't have a list of validated vendors who does supply masks, so we can avoid the risk of buying something that's not up to par.
Correct. I know 3M is one of them, and we also use a reliable, reputable vendor as well, going through Granger. So we're looking at all those different avenues, and the research did suggest that there is a lot of fake ones. So we're looking at all of the reliable vendors that we've used in the past, as well as some reputable companies. I know 3M is one, but I'll conduct a little more research to see the other providers that make the authentic N95s.
Because having said that, I have a lot of suggestions. I have one suggestion, and that is that because we know it's backlog, can we place an order for some to like experiment with? Because you said the breathing part, some folk have different kind of issues with those things. If we know it's already backlogged, can we get into that stream
Yes, we can, but it's relatively expensive. I think one of the costs that we were looking at yesterday, we could probably get 4,000 masks for about $20,000, but they can't guarantee us when we'll receive them.
Right, right. I'm just saying a proactive approach is if we're gonna use them, kind of get into the line of when they do become available, that we're already in the, in the process of getting some.
Right. Okay, I'll see about getting that done.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hall, for that report. Safety is one of the foundational functions of our organization. It's very important that we provide safe and efficient public transit. And so we're looking forward to the continued updates from your important division. Next, we will have our divisional update from communications, from marketing and communications, from our Chief Communication Officer, Ms. Nikki Frenney.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. I am excited today to provide you guys with an update from the marketing and communications team. Today's report is in two parts. Let me share my screen here. Okay, are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to share in two parts today. Basically, the December update is included in full detail in your board packet. And I'm just going to take the opportunity to share a few highlights from that information. The communications team produced and distributed 5 editions of CAT Email. It's our new employee newsletter. The stories featured included information about our employee text notification service. And this month, we're running an internal campaign with the goal of having 100% of the employees sign up to receive text messages. The service allows subscribers to receive important internal information about meetings, events, emergency alerts, career opportunities, and policies that will be sent directly to their phones. We believe this important employee engagement tool will help foster better communications throughout the organization, as communications has been one of those issues. We will provide an update in February detailing more about this campaign and what fun employee engagement activities we've hosted to increase participation. We also published the first edition of CAT Inbound, which is our new monthly community newsletter. We also believe keeping the community informed about all the great things that are happening at CAT will increase community support for the agency, in turn allowing the general public to understand how important CAT services are to Savannah and Chatham County. Also in December, CAT was featured or mentioned in more than 30 local, state, and national news publications, including print, online, and television media. And that 100% enthusiasm is how the team has been working. We're all excited about all of the good things that are happening here. Now I want to share with you guys something new that we're doing this year. And it is the launch of our Black History Month campaign for February. So on February 1st, CAT will celebrate Black History Month in a way that promotes education and exploration of Savannah's rich local Black history by encouraging residents of Chatham County and visitors alike to take part in our inaugural Black History Landmark Tour. The marketing and communications team has designed our first ever Savannah Black History Landmark Tour map, which highlights six historical landmarks that celebrate the amazing contributions of African Americans throughout the city's history. The map identifies specific landmarks located on or near our bus routes, giving CAT riders the opportunity to learn more about the city's storied African American legacy. The back of the map, let me go back one second. Well, the back of the map features more details about the 6 landmarks we chose to highlight this year. As you can see, the historic landmarks we've included in this year's map include the Savannah African Art Museum, First African Baptist Church, Owens Thomas House, Laurel Grove South Cemetery, and King Tinsdale College, and the Beach Institute. The printed map will be available for download on our website and available for pickup at our ticket window at the ITC. I'm also looking for ways to be able to post them on our buses so that our riders will have them readily available. And for those who prefer to use their cell phones or tablets to access the landmark tour map, we will publish an interactive map on our website and on our CAT Facebook page. In addition, we've designed interior bus cards of the landmarks that will feature a fact about the historical significance of each site and which CAT routes will get you there. We've also created branded social media posts to help promote this campaign as well, including a series of videos that focus on each specific landmark. Our social media accounts will also highlight important African Americans who have made a significant impact in Savannah and around the world. Now I'd like to play for you guys the introductory video of the campaign that we shot last week. Hopefully you'll be able to hear.
Savannah is known for its beautiful architecture, charming squares, glistening waterfront, and as the site of some of our most iconic films. But as Georgia's oldest city, it also has such rich African-American history that is so worth exploring. And with more than 250 years of Black history and heritage, there are a wealth of historic sites that chronicle the legacy of the city's Black community. This Black History Month, Chatham Area Transit is encouraging our riders and the community alike to catch a CAT to discover a side of Savannah that is well worth exploring. CAT has created a limited edition Black History Landmark Tour map highlighting 6 historical sites that showcase the important contributions African Americans have made to the fabric of Savannah. You can download CAT's Black History Landmark Tour map online at www.catchacat.org, onboard our buses, or at our ticket office located at 610 Oglethorpe Avenue. So hop on board to celebrate the storied legacy of Savannah's Black history with Chatham Area Transit. Savannah is known for its beauty.
Again, I'm excited about this campaign. I think the entire marketing team is excited about this campaign because it epitomizes our goal and that of Mrs. Malden to make CAT in the community a tangible and measurable success that goes beyond providing transportation services to the riders who depend on us every single day to get to work, school, medical appointments, and activity centers that help to improve their quality of life. We believe CAT is more than just a bus company, but a great community advocate and partner. So with that, I will answer any questions that you all have about our December report, as well as our Black History campaign. I want to show you all, this is, if you can see it, this is a version of the map. This is the size and how it looks on the back. And again, they'll be available for download. There's an interactive map there will be an interactive map on the website, and people will be able to pick them up here at the ITC. So if you have any questions, I am ready to answer them. Thank you.
This is Dr. Robinson. I do have one.
Okay.
And mine is on the buses when they're going through passing these historical monuments. Will there be someone bus talking about it, telling them what they're looking at? You know, like,
Dr. Robinson, that's really a great idea that we hadn't thought about, because I'm not sure how our PA system operates on the bus. I know with clever devices coming on board, we will have that capability later in the year. But that really is a great idea. Maybe marketing can figure out a way that some of us and some of those drivers who are, or operators who are excited about working with marketing, we can see if some of them would be willing to ride some of those buses and show that. So we're also looking at ways to do community tours. And if school was open, we would definitely encourage the schools to do something with their students, kind of like a scavenger hunt, where they would go out and take pictures in front of it. The whole class would take a bus route, take a bus ride, get out in front of those locations, take a photo, and then send them in, and we give the class some type of prize. But with school being out, it's kind of hard to do that. We had a lot of different ideas of how we wanted to market this campaign in the community. But I will definitely look at ways for someone being on the buses to point out those places.
Now, and do we, you know, I forgot my question.
Well, I want to tell you, we are planning to launch this campaign with a press conference on February 1st that we'd love for all of the board members to be a part of. Members from each of those 6 landmarks. We have 3 that have agreed to participate thus far. We'll make some more phone calls. But we're just looking at really expanding this to other months, like October is Hispanic History Month. Maybe we do something around Irish history. But these are just really easy, kind of simple ways to involve the community in what we do here at CAT. So we're excited about this.
I know what the question was. Is there a list of the bus route numbers that will actually go past these monuments that we can
Yes. Yes. So on the map and on the video and on the social media, I don't know how well you can see that, but we do have the routes, each route that will get you to each of those landmarks. So yeah, we have that. And it'll also be on the bus cards, the interior bus cards that we put inside the buses.
Well, how can we get them? How can we get a copy of that as board members?
Well, the plan is to have an official copy laminated for each of the board members so that you can have your own that you might want to hang in your office. But we can mail you some of these as well as soon as they're finalized and printed. We're still doing some tweaking, but we can definitely get you as many as you'd like.
I would love to catch a cat and do the tour.
Absolutely. We'd love that. I'd love to ride with you when you do.
Dr. Robinson, I'm coming with. If I may, this is by far the most impressive piece of marketing I've ever seen from this organization. And I'm extremely excited to see more stuff like this. I think, you know, from what I've seen from other transit agencies, they not only provide service for people without cars, but they also, you know, knit together the community in a myriad of different ways that we've never really taken advantage of here at CAT. And some of the work specifically around this and how I could see this being emulated for different, you know, types of celebrations, and is extremely exciting. And I am thoroughly impressed with the designs and the comprehensive nature of the whole experience. And I am usually quite a nitpicky person when it comes to stuff like this, but I have to say I'm really quite impressed, and I think you've raised the bar here. So that's my only concern is keep it up. It's very cool.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And actually WSAV has reached out to us because they would in some way like to partner with us to run advertising. So that's why we made the video, to get more people involved in this project. And we hope to make it an annual event because there is being new to Savannah, I am just absolutely, and being a history buff, I'm just absolutely excited about all of the history that's here. And there's just so many great things that we can be talking about here at CAT and on our buses to promote Savannah as a whole and Chatham County. Also, this isn't in competition with any of the tour companies, but we'd love for visitors to Savannah to get on a CAT bus and go take this landmark tour, so that we that would be helping us increase our ridership, and then also make CAT a destination for when visitors come here, that they know that the public transit system here also is a destination or a resource for them to get around town to see all the great historical sites that are here in the city.
How long before we see the final leaflet?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
How long before we can expect to see the final leaflet?
Give me until Friday. We're just tweaking some of the descriptions that are on the back, but I can definitely email this a copy out on Friday once we have completely finalized it.
Please do.
And what about posting places like not the Civic Center, the Convention Center or the hotels? Have we looked into that
Yes, ma'am. I have a call in to Michael Owens at TLC so that we can work with the hotels to get these posted in the hotels or get copies made available in the hotels.
I mean, one point I also want to make real quick is how this ties in people that don't ride the bus into CAT, and what it looks like we're doing, and what I would like to see more is providing value for those that may not be using the bus. CAT can do a whole bunch to help people, understand their city better and celebrate it more, and that is an extremely, I think. That's an important, God, what was I saying? That's an important thing that we need to do in order to win folks over, so they can help us, expand service and keep the whole thing going for those that actually need it. I mean, I'm shocked at how exciting that looks. That's cool.
Yeah. That has been mine and Miss Malden's goal since I've been associated with CAT. And I've been in transit for about 20 years now, and that has, at some of the other transit agencies that I've worked and consulted with, that is a top goal, is to bring the support of the community in, even from rider or people who don't use our buses, right? To get that solid support on the ground with the community who don't even ride the buses, but they support it and recognize the resource that we are. So this is our first step into that. So you'll see more of this. Marketing has a calendar of campaigns and events for the rest of the year that I think you all will be pleased with. So thank you for the positive feedback.
Great job, Nikki.
I'd like to also suggest that Mr. Director Edminster's committee does the outreach. So I think if you're sharing with them what you're doing, I think when they come to committee, they can discuss it, even before it launches.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I mean, yes, ma'am. And yes, sir, Mr. Edminster. We have had a conversation about marketing, sending more information to his committee. So we will be doing that. Thank you for that recommendation, Dr. Robinson.
How much staff involvement are you having with preparing this document?
Really, we worked with our outside design team, Quest, and probably between myself, our marketing manager, and our social media manager, the three of us have worked on this, but not 8 hours a day. We came up with the idea. We decided which places we wanted to highlight, and then we had our Quest, our contracted marketing design team to design it, and we're printing it in-house. So it hasn't been a whole lot of hours because we have a whole lot of other stuff going on in the department, but it's been a great project to work on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How many are you printing, and will it be ready February 1?
Yes, we have not decided. We're printing them all in-house. So right now the number is at about 1,500, but we're definitely going to print more because we know that, and we're printing them in-house to save costs. We have a printer that can do that. But we know that with your support and with the publicity that we're going to get on this, that we're probably going to have to print up to 5,000. But we want to push people to the website so that they can print them on themselves at home, or they can follow the interactive map online. Just one day when we get a marketing budget that's robust, where we can print them and mail them out, that's the goal. That might be 10 or 15 years from now, but I'm going to be optimistic, but we're going to print them in-house right now.
Any more questions?
I just have one thing we might want to consider adding for the future is the Civil Rights Museum on MLK.
Exactly.
I think there were a few, I'm not sure if it is that specific location, but there were some that we had on the list that are not open because of COVID. So that's why we did not include them.
Okay. Yeah. As long as you have a list for the future, we can always expand on this.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, they are closed right now.
All right,
Of,
thank you.
of the 6 that you picked, will they be making stops there or just in getting off the buses or just
No,
be riding back?
so we don't have a actual tour designed, but the routes that run past or near these places, people can get off at that specific stop. So for instance, the Savannah African Art Museum is served by routes 10, 11, and 14. So anybody on those routes will pass by that museum and can get off at that stop to go and visit the museum.
Okay, is there information on the brochures?
Yes, it is. So here, I don't know if you can see it, but right here it tells you which routes serve which of those locations. So it's definitely on here. And then on the map, there's a pinpoint that shows you exactly where they are. So you can see that 1 and 4, and then we had a pull out over here that shows 2, 3, 6, and 5.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just send that to all of us so we kind of see what we're looking at before it gets finalized, in case someone has a great idea to add before we go out to print.
I sure will. I will send it to you all. I'll send it today. Just keep in mind, there are a few tweaks on the back
as
side
long
that
as
I
we
want to
have a
make.
concept, it'd be nice. I mean, it's nice that you're showing it, but I can't read that.
Right. I will make sure I send it out to you.
Thanks, Nikki.
Thank you.
And then once we have the final version, we will actually get out and deliver a finalized hard copy to all the board members to make sure that they have that in front of them. We were excited about it. I was excited about it when the marketing team shared the concept with me. And it makes me excited to hear how excited you all are about this new idea. So really, really appreciate the creativity that marketing communications has brought to the table with that particular campaign, and look forward to other campaigns coming down the pipe in the months to come. So did I interrupt you, Ms. Freni? Is that the end of your report?
No, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. All right, if there are no other questions for Ms. Freni, we're going to go to our final divisional update, which is the financial update by Ms. Gloria Royal. Ms. Royal.
Good morning, Ms. Malden, Mr. Chairman, and directors of CAT Board. Our December 2020 financial update is as follows. Total revenues for the month ending December 31st, 2020 are $2.4 million and are $977,000 over the fiscal year adopted budget. Though we are over budget in total revenues for the month, please be mindful that we are under budget year to date $2,840,000, primarily due to not collecting passenger and agency revenue for the first 5 months of fiscal year 2021. We resumed collecting bus fares December the 1st. The month-to-date fare revenue is $122,000 for the month of December. We are currently under budget for the month for fares, $52,000.
No.
Year-to-date, passenger fare revenue is below budget, $927,000. Total expenses for the month are $2 million and $274,000 under budget. Total revenues are over expenditures for the month by $377,000, adjusting for contingencies. Year to date, revenues are over $279,000 and less than budgeted, $1 million. We're under budget, $1 million. Next slide, please. This is a chart of our revenues by categories. Our revenues by category includes the special district tax, grants, passenger fares, other contract revenue, and paratransit.
Really can't get too much of nothing done. I mean,
special district tax is 62% of our total revenue. Paratransit is 17% and federal grant 13%. The remaining 7% consists of the other passenger fares and contract revenues. Next slide, please. Our expenses by category includes our salary, wage, and benefits, which totals 69% of expenses. Insurance is 10%. The remaining 21% are repairs, maintenance supplies, fuel, utilities, and services. Next slide. During the month of December, the agency collected cash receipts as follows. Chatham County Special District, we received $5.6 million. Year to date, we've received approximately 65% of the total special district taxes budgeted. Paratransit funds, $398,000. City of Savannah, we received $43,000. These are for marine services, fees that was collected from the city for POR FTA grant, federal assistance received, $313,000. As of December the 31st, our ending cash balance, $7,108,000. Next slide. Our fiscal year 2021 projected cash. Indicated with the blue lines are our actual cash. For the months of July 1st through December 31st, which has the blue lines, these are the actual month ending balance. As stated earlier, the December 31st balance, $7,108,000. The orange line is our projected end of the month balances. And as of June 30th, 2021, we anticipate having a balance of $4,391,000. If we continue to monitor our expenses, remain within budget, receive all budgeted revenues, we are on target to end this fiscal year with the $4,391,000 projected. This ends our December 2020 financial update. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have two. On that slide, on the actual cash, is that including our cash reserve or is that strictly operating cash?
That is operating cash.
So that doesn't touch the 4 million that's in the Georgia account?
No, sir, it doesn't.
Good, then we're never below what we need to be at because 2 million is like our monthly total. My other question on the financials was looking at the year-to-date actual expenses.
Yes, sir.
I'm noticing there's like a $300,000 increase in benefits between administrative and maintenance. That was over budget. Is there a reason we had such a huge increase in benefits? Did we change something?
Oh. Now with benefits, how we have budgeted for benefits in the past, whenever we budgeted for personal holidays, vacation time, it was included in the wage category. So therefore, when someone took vacation or personal time, it was actually recorded in the benefits line.
Okay.
So normally when one category is over, then you would typically see the other one under. We may need to go back and look at the way that we're budgeting those particular line items, but that is the way that we've budgeted. We've budgeted wages, well, we've budgeted holidays and vacation within that wage line item. So therefore, when you see that in benefits, where there may be an instance where that category is over, is due to vacation, holiday, or leave time being taken that was not budgeted in that line item.
Yeah, we definitely need to think about adding a different line item there to cover those kind of expenses as opposed to just plain benefits like insurance, and because those are, in my mind, unrelated to benefits. But if that's the way we're doing it, then that makes part of it, because it actually shows salaries are down and benefits went way up, which looked wrong. But if that's the reason, then that's it. But I'd love to see us adjust that or change that in the budgeting process to
Yes,
where
sir.
those are separated out as, like FMLA and all those other benefits that are given to employees that we can't distinguish where we're going up and down. All right. Thank you, Gloria.
Director Stone.
Well, I think, go ahead, Ms. Stone, Director Stone. Unmute yourself. Director Stone, you need to unmute yourself.
Where? Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay, where in this is the CARES money reflected?
Now, the CARES Act?
Yeah, the funding.
Are you speaking of the new allocation that we're going to receive? It's not in that number.
Okay.
So that's going to be all the more to the positive, actually. That does not take any of the new cursor. We kind of call it cursor because they changed the name of the act, but that funding is not included. And actually in our February report, we plan to present to the board a breakdown of our anticipated funding allocation from the cursor act and what we plan to do with that funding allocation.
But have we received that money yet? We don't have the money in hand?
We do not. We have received confirmation from FTA of the amount that we are eligible to receive, which is a little more than 5.8 million. But we have not, we don't have it in the bank, so it's not in the budget yet.
Okay. And Clinton, if I may, can I ask a couple of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
And I saw Director Clinton's hand. Well, again, my concern is that 69% of our budget is salaries. So I'm hoping we've got some safety gap to protect us. My other question is about the 35% remaining from the special district taxes. Now, are we budgeting based on the fact that we'll receive the same percentage that we received in November, or how is that factored in that says that our budget will still be okay once we get this 35% remaining special district taxes? Would it cause the budget to go up or down? How are we calculating that, or how are we planning for that? I guess is a better question.
We actually plan for the cursor funding to cover any variances in the special district taxes. However, of note, and Gloria didn't put it in the slide, what we received in the month of December from the county is actually $1 million more than what we received from the county in 2019. So the receipts from the county are actually trending very well and performing very strongly, in fact. But that is the exact purpose of the cursor funding, to cover any gaps or any variances, which is why we are not planning to come back to the board with an amended budget, because we see where we could actually make the original budget that you all adopted back in June, now that we are slated to receive this additional $5.8 million. Plus, we are also getting an additional funds from FTA to reimburse us for COVID-related expenses up to almost another $600,000. So we're performing very strongly, which I can honestly tell you is not the case at a lot of transit agencies around the country. We are in a good financial position. We're just going to continue to be conservative in our spending, to monitor our spending, and to ensure that we are doing what we need to do. I mean, most of those fees for all COVID-related work will be able to continue to go back to the well and get those funds reimbursed, which will continue to, again, support our agency being in good health. And I mean, and that is for the fixed route service, the paratransit service, as well as the ferry service. So I hope that you all are as encouraged as I am as I look at these numbers, that, you know, we are still going to be able to provide the service that we are supposed to our stakeholders and to all who live, work, and visit Chatham County.
Yeah, I've read the executive director's report on the stabilizing and strengthening the agency's finances, and again, what you just stated is stated in that particular document. I think when it comes to budget, unless we have monies in hand, you know, it's a great thing for us to speculate and hope for and those kinds of things. And I want to see us. Well, you know, we're stewards over taxpayers' dollars. That's who we are. So I just want to make certain that the monies that we do have on hand is spent in a way that ensure our viability. I mean, it's great if we get the 5 point whatever million. It's great that we get the 35% left over from the state district tax. All that's great. But I want our current position to be solid, that if none of these things happen, we're still in great shape.
Well, right now we're trending $1 million under our projected budget. We are going to continue to monitor that closely. And Dr. Robinson, I will be the first to tell you that I don't intend to lead us in that direction. I know what it felt like as a brand new CEO back in August, when we were kind of going along to get along. We thought the CARES Act money was, you know, going to be right there, and we got a little scared. We had lower than anticipated cash in our account. And because of the hard work of this team, we were able to reel in that CARES Act money and kind of save the day, along with the support of this board. So I am definitely sensitive to that concern. It is a concern of mine. It is one that we operate under every day, because we don't want to go back to where we were during that terrible time in August. So your concern is duly noted.
Ms. Royals, I have one question. The city POR fees, what is that? What is that?
It's the fees that the city actually collect from hotel fees per occupancy room rates, and that is to go towards the expenses of the ferry boat service.
So POR stands for what?
Per occupancy.
Okay.
Rate.
All right. And so, but we're not getting anything now from the shuttle, because the shuttle's not running.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Edminster? Vice Chairman Edminster, sorry.
Let's see. The what were my questions? Okay, so I just want to verify a couple things. So, and as Dr. Halloran had said, so the one that I'm really paying attention to, because it's a good mix of data, but also kind of simplifies it for me, is the 2021 projected cash graph. And that's a helpful one for me. And so this is telling us how much cash do we have in the bank for operating.
Right.
And this is correct if I'm to say this does not include our 4 million contingency.
Correct. It does not.
So there's an additional $4 million that we are not seeing on here.
Mm-hmm. That
definitely helps me feel safe. My second question is, I pulled up I really like being able to see the projected cash. It would also be kind of cool if we could see how above or below we hit that mark. So I pulled up the same graph that you showed in December, and it looks like we went over December. You had projected that we would have 6.5 million in December, but we actually hit 7.1 or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. But then in May of 2021, in the December projection, it shows 3.1 million. And on the projection we've been shown today, I think it's about 2.7 or so. So I'm not sure if you know off the top of your head, but just sort of how did we get from 3.1 in May, which is where we thought we would be in December, to 2.7 million in May this month? Does that make sense?
Yes, and that has to do with the way that we actually try to budget for the special district. Because we don't actually know what we're going to receive per month in the special district, we did an adjustment there. So that is why you see that difference.
So
Because
it's
of the way
not
that we-
necessarily more expenses, it's less
No.
income.
Right.
Okay. And then my third one was so this projected cash graph does not include the CARES 2 or whatever we're calling it at all.
No cares.
So this is, okay. Because I think one thing that we are all concerned about is where would this organization be if COVID hadn't happened, which is kind of a strange hyperbole to entertain. But I think that's an important thing. It's like, are we legitimately strengthened in our financials, or is this sort of a mirage caused by an infusion of federal cash? And I think if you guys can help us understand where our foundation really lies without federal cash, that would be really helpful. But as far as I can tell from here, I mean, it looks very it's quite encouraging.
Well, I mean, going back to again August, I mean, it was frightening back in August. And without the infusion of the CARES Act funding, I will say without the infusion of the CARES Act funding, and we had to change the way we do business at CAT. We had to change our internal procedures. We put in procedures that, with the monthly variance reviews and all of that internally to make sure that we were staying on track with our budgets. We really started having those hard budget conversations even internally. And I think making budget a common conversation within the agency amongst all of the divisions, I think all of that contributed to our performance thus far. Again, I think that, we're going to continue to be very conservative in what we are doing. We don't know what's coming down the pipe in terms of future aid. We know that the president has put out a coronavirus relief package that includes funding for transit, but we don't know specifically what that means for our agency at this time. So we're going to operate as if that 5.8 is going to be it, until oblivion. And so, but again, we are in good shape right now. And again, I will honestly say, thanks to the first CARES Act funding infusion that we got, we were able to pay off the line of credit. We were able to establish the reserves, both of which, if you recall, back in August had been depleted. And now we're operating in the black, and we still have our reserves. And I think that's something that we should all be proud of, because we all work together to get to that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Halloran.
Unmute.
We can't hear you, Dr. O'Halloran.
There we go. I keep having a problem with getting this hand instead of my arrow pointing to mute. And three things to remember on funding as we go. Paratransit pays about $4 million a year towards our budget for what we do outside of the 3/4 mile FTA recommendations. We're also borrowing approximately $3.8 million from our capital expenditure 55307 funds, which takes money away from other projects like fixing things. Because when we take that 3.7 million, we lose the 20% SPLOST match, which is about $700,000, which we will never get it. We will never get that back as long as we. And it also is dependent on the fixed tax rate, the millage rate. Every 0.1 of the millage is like $2.1 million. I forgot the exact figure that I was told probably a year ago. And we're very dependent on that. And every year when that number is set, that's when we start getting our budget, because the city can tell us how many taxable properties are out there. If we know the number, that's really not a guess. It's an estimation of what should be available. We can never guarantee 100% collection. No one will guarantee you that in any business, particularly after the COVID problems. So those are our three streams, and the 5307, we're literally stealing money that needs to be used for other projects, and that's what we need to get off of that dependency. And
that's
you know, we've got to figure out ways to get there. And you know, you can't just keep cutting expenses, because there's a point of bare minimum operational costs that have to be you know, taken care of. And you know, it's a very, very complex question, but it's really, we're really not guessing. There's a lot of information that we get that gets us there. And I know Helen's wants to say something about that, and she's been involved with it, but just be aware, those are our three things to keep an eye on. And the reserve fund is there because the FTA actually would like 3 months of operating costs put away, which is $2 million a month for us. So 6 million would be a nice number if we can get another 2 million in with this next set of funding without crippling the organization. And that's where I'd like to see us go.
And that's our goal. And then again, I think that's something we'll be discussing actually in your committee, Dr. O'Halloran, on the strategic planning committee. We're about to start our internal budgeting meetings, and these are the types of conversations that we look forward to having in our committee meetings and in our internal budget meetings, because I think we are in a good position to start, instead of reacting to being in a certain financial position, we're now at the point where we are strengthened and we can actually plan how we want to respond to the ebbs and flows. We kind of, you know, COVID is a thing. We don't know exactly where it's going to take us. We're a year in, so we do have some data and some insight as to how it goes. You know, FTA has been very generous in terms of the money that we're eligible to get reimbursed, because we are looking at an uptick in expenses on the security side, as well as, you know, on the supply side, you know, in terms of the PPE and all of that. So all of these things considered, we're still in a good spot to be able to do some planning work as opposed to reactive work. So, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Stone, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all right. I was just curious, we are looking at a budget, I mean, looking at this solely based on the adopted budget from June, and not the actual, is that correct?
Well, the adopted budget is the actual budget that we're operating by. We're operating by the adopted budget. We never amended the budget, so that is our actual budget.
Okay, just interesting.
But you know, to piggyback on that question, though, I guess what confused me a little bit is that the budget we approved and the staff changes, that didn't impact the budget at all?
It did impact the budget some, but there were also, believe it or not, a lot of vacancies built into the budget that was passed. So we were able to, I guess, sort of rob Peter to pay Paul, if you will, to get the positions that we needed in order to move the agency forward.
I got Director Odell.
Yes, I want to make sure that we remember that it appears right now our budget is driven by CARES Act money, and that money is not guaranteed. It might be promised, but it's only for this year. We don't know if we're going to get it next year or not. And, you know, our status with the bank is based on the county. We're supposed to maintain a minimum budget, a minimum amount in our checking account at all times. We've never done that. So we get credit from the bank because of the county. They just kind of give us the county's rates and the county's fees or whatever. So we're supposed to have several $1,000,000 in the bank that we maintain in the bank all the time. So we need to remember that. And the reserves money is not fill-in money. That's not money that we're supposed to pull from if we can't access the credit line or if we run over budget in another area. That's money that's supposed to sit in the bank all the time and not touched unless there is some sort of an emergency. And my other question is, well, no, my other question, but that was a statement. My question is, the CARES funding grants, were they applied for? Did those come before the board? Did we look at those grant applications? I remember we used to talk about those. Did we not talk about those this time?
Well, the Cursor grant just got released this month. And so Bryn Dice in our our system development division actually is over that. She is currently going through the webinars and all of that. So it's not actually time to apply. We have gotten our allocation. We've gotten confirmation of what our allocation is supposed to be, but the actual application has not been applied for, which is again why that money has not been included really in the dialogue in terms of our budget. It's not been included in terms of our financial reporting because we don't have that money in the bank yet. I see Ms. Dice is lit up. Can you add some additional narrative to where we are with that application?
I think you've covered it, Mrs. Malden. We have actually started the application in TRAMS, and there's a bit of back work with FTA. So we've started working with FTA with our pre-award manager to go through the process of finalizing which funds we're going to use in which way, basically. And we're hoping to have that done. Certainly we'll be in TRAMS in the month of February. It does take a few weeks, 3 to 5 weeks to go through that TRAMS system, but we will be moving forward in that.
Okay, and then also our salaries are showing on this pie chart as 47% salaries and wages. If you add that to employee benefits, because they're basically the same, well, not the same, but in the same category, it hasn't always been 47%. That's over 50, almost 50% salaries and wages.
I'm not sure what the historic number is, but the numbers that we are reporting is where we are. Those are truthful and factual numbers that we are reporting in terms of where we are.
Yeah, that seems really high for the percentage of, isn't the average percentage about 25%?
No, not in transit.
So it's supposed to be almost 50,
salaries, I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue tied. Salaries, wages, and benefits are historically the highest cost out of all the budget line items.
I'm not doubting that it's the highest cost. What I'm saying is it supposed to be almost 70% of the budget?
70 might be a little bit high, but 60 is about average.
Wow. Okay, and so, but you're gonna bring that grant application before the board?
Yes, ma'am. We plan to talk about it in more detail starting next month once Bryn goes through her webinars and all of that. And so we will start the conversations, because again, it will start actually in strategic planning in that committee in terms of what we want to do. And for the record, let me say, Director Odell, I agree with everything that you said in your original statement. But remember, we had a real situation back in August that we had to deal with. And so as a result of that situation, we put steps in place to be able to respond and react to those things. And it's still a work in progress. And so
yeah, but we were saved in August by CARES money. We're saved right now by CARES money, which means that our budget is CARES money driven.
The CARES Act is what set us on the right path. We have received strong funding from the county. The collections have been strong, but then we also did some things internally. So I think it's the sum total of all of that. But at the end of the day, we're in the black because of this collective effort from all ends. And so we're going to continue to do our part to make sure that we are, working responsibly and spending responsibly. But we are in the black, and that is the collective effort of the CARES Act funding, the receipts from the county, the things that we put in place internally to manage our spending. I think Dr. O'Halloran, then Dr. Robinson.
Yeah, I did go back and look at some of these numbers. I think back, if we go back a year and pull like January, February, salaries and wages were down around 62%, which is more in line with that 60 that you mentioned. The problem with this pie chart, and it's always going to be a problem with the pie chart, if all the other revenues go down or all the other expenses go down and salaries remain the same, they become a larger part of the piece of the pie. Even though in raw numbers, they're the same, because if you look at the salaries in all the categories, most of them are under budget. But that's one of the problems with pie charts. They're not consistent. In this case, they're overshowing payroll where it should be like 8%, 8 or 9% lower than what it's showing. I don't know if we can change that. It's going to show that way until we get completely out of COVID, because it's, our gas prices, everything else is down except maybe insurance. That is pretty consistent, and that went up. So pie charts are nice. They're pretty colors and everything else, but they don't always have the details that they need to show us.
But the salaries have gone up. We got that salary report last week. Salaries have gone up.
Yeah, less than under 1% in the actual budget numbers.
And remember, some of the salary information you received was due to inflated salaries because some of the employees received COVID pay and hazard pay. So that's also part of the reason. But to Dr. O'Halloran's point, we can experiment with different ways to put the information out. We don't want to confuse the issue by, if it's helpful to show it in a different way, then let us try to come up with a different way to convey that information.
We can always get a comparison of the budgets with CARES funding and without.
I second that. I do think it would be interesting to see like how, because what it appears, I think that's an important thing for not just us, but for the community to see, so we can really put some confidence out there that we're not just floating on federal money. This is actually a legitimate organization with numbers coming in and numbers going out. But it does appear to me that the initial CARES funding, I think you're right, got us on the right foot. But we're not necessarily, I don't think it would be accurate to say that we're being powered by CARES funding anymore. We paid off our stuff, we got our things, great gift from Uncle Pops, but now we're on our own. And so you guys have said that you're not including any expected CARES money coming in, and it still looks like we're doing okay. Maybe a little better than okay.
The CARES money didn't float us. It actually reimbursed us for expenses caused by COVID. This was not a free loan from the federal government. We had to justify every penny we received, down to how many masks we bought, how many shields we bought, how much revenue was lost. This was just to get us back to ground zero. This was not a big bonus. Now, part of this next one might look like a bonus, but again, it's paying us back for expenses that we had to make to keep the company open. We didn't furlough anybody. We didn't lay anybody off except one person who counts the money because we weren't collecting fares.
Right.
We didn't need people to count the money that we weren't collecting. They did not give us a big bonus. they just squared us back to where we were in January of 2020.
Correct.
So we have to remember that some of this new money is still replacing costs that we've incurred since August. This is 6 months worth of costs.
And making up for revenue that we were projected to receive based on ridership, because everybody's ridership is down because of COVID.
Right.
And so all of that is very, very true. And so we're still maintaining that we are strong. And again, now we have the opportunity to be proactive. Now we have the opportunity to not react. We have the opportunity as, you as a board, and then our team, we have the opportunity, a real opportunity to come together and put some solid proactive steps in place so that we can continue this positive trend that we're in the midst of right now. And may I add to Dr. O'Halloran's statement, we are one of the few agencies in the country that has not laid off operators. Really, almost all transit agencies have laid off operators, and we are one of the few in the country that have not. And I will be honest, there were times that I was strongly encouraged to consider that, and I wouldn't consider it. Looking at the trends, talking to the folks that I deal with in DC, we knew something was coming down the pipe. Call it gut, call it intuition, call it Holy Spirit, whatever makes you most comfortable. But I wouldn't do it, even when I was encouraged to do it. And at the end of the day, now we're in the black, and we can boast that we have not laid off any operators and that we haven't made any significant reductions in service beyond what was done back in March. And so I think that's something that while we are not, letting off at all, but we got to stop and celebrate our successes. And I think our financial picture right now is a success story. And so we, let's recognize it for what it is and then put the steps in place so that we can celebrate next month and the next month and next year and moving on forward as we continue to grow this agency, we'll stabilize this agency and grow it to provide the best service we can in the future for Chatham County.
Yeah, Dr. Robertson.
I just want to make one statement and one suggestion. And this deals with the area of transparency. I think it's important that on the front end, like Ms. Dice was talking about, the kind of grant she's searching and those kind of things, if each staff can make it a part of their presentation to put an item that says, this is what we're working on, would be helpful. We'll know in advance that these things are happening. Because see, for all of us, the budget is a major concern. And anything that's done, if it impacts the budget, we need to know that, little or much, we need to know that. Because again, the CARES Act did what it did, we're appreciative of that, but when it goes away, our biggest supporter is the county.
Right.
And we've got to keep those folk happy. So all I suggest is, if you're working on a grant, if you're working on something, then make it a part of your presentation. And that, to me, that's help with the transparency piece that we talk about often.
Yes, ma'am. We will
That's
duly
going to be
noted.
coming to my committee, hopefully.
Duly noted, and we will continue to do that. And as we hopefully evolve in our committee structure, a lot of this information will come out in the various committees as well. But we will do everything we can to put as much information as we can out ahead of time so that you all are aware of what we're doing. Because we're working hard over here. So we want to make sure that you all are aware of what we're doing.
I have one final question. I would like a report without the CARES funding, a financial report for a comparison so that we can actually see.
Okay, would it be possible for us to include that type of comparison in our financial reports for next month's meetings?
I would like to see it as soon as possible because I'm just very concerned going forward as to where we're going to be.
I think what we're looking for, what it appears is that, again, we're exploring a hypothetical situation. And I agree with Helen, and I agree with Odell about, you know, wanting to see that. But the more I think about it, I don't actually know what that would look like other than just us tanking in August and then going back up because we got money from the county. Because what you guys have shown us does not include the second one.
Correct.
We are looking at something without COVID.
Correct. The COVID
Right,
is
but
what-
I want to see how the COVID got us to the point where we are also. In other words, you can't project the future without knowing what the past looks like.
Absolutely. Which is why I was suggesting that we do a full financial workup so that you're a part of the strategic planning committee, so that for you and Dr. O'Halloran and for anyone that attends that meeting, we could really dive in, you know, really deeply into that conversation. And it's going to take us a little while to pull that up because again, we're still dealing with the, you know, manual processes. And the next committee meeting is in 2 weeks. So it's not like it's 30 days before we would get that to you. So if you would work with us to allow us to at least have this information, because we want to give you factual information. We want to make sure that we give you ample information. And so if you would allow us the 2 weeks to at least have some information to you by the time the committee convenes in 2 weeks, we would certainly appreciate that opportunity.
I think
I would be comfortable if we had it by February 8th, the Friday before our meeting.
Okay. We will
About
do our
2 weeks.
we will do our best to ensure that you have it.
Yeah, that way we can look at it and be prepared to go ahead on Tuesday and start making some definitive plans for the future.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would like to get that as soon as possible. With or without the funds would be fine.
Okay. Now the financial reports that you have now is really is our exact picture without the CARES fund. Well, that's our actual financial picture. So again, we're going to try to do a version and back the CARES funding out to show the actual ebb and flow of our cash. And so again, I'm thinking it still may be a week to
I would think that would
be able to generate that because we do have to. Well,
okay,
we're down two people in finance. We're still looking for our CFO. We're down another person in finance. We have payroll, we have closeout. And so I just want to make sure that we're not putting too much on the staff that we have in finance. And again, we want to give you all we're an open book, but we want to make sure that we're, you know, taking care of the things that we have to take care of on a daily basis, but balancing that with answering any questions that you all have, which is why I'm pleading and asking for the time to provide it the Friday before the committee meeting.
Okay, I just didn't think it would be that difficult to back it out, but okay.
Dr. O'Halloran.
Well, you have to remember too, we got 8.9 million. 5.5 of that went into the line of credit and back into the Georgia account. So we're looking at 3.4 million that was put in operations. It wasn't all 9 million. We established other 5.5 million went to pay back money we took out to pay the bills back before the CARES money came. So that's been replaced. So we're really looking at a $3.4 million actual monies and that's showing up in our cash, which is why we have like $7.1 million in our checking account and not the usual like 200 or 2 million, just enough to cover the bills.
Right.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, I still thank you, Ms. Royal, and I still have a little ending.
Thank you, Gloria.
Welcome.
I still have a couple of things to cover at the very end, if you don't mind. So, as the theme has been throughout our reports from the divisions, it has been very important for Chatham Area Transit to be in the community. We are more than just a bus company. We're more than a ferry operator, but we want to be a part of the fabric that sews this community together. And so we did our civic duty and participated in the civic engagement of getting people out to vote. Now, while we did not tell people who to vote for, our operators on election day did don face masks with simply the word vote. And so that went over very well with the operators. The operators were excited to be a part of that. I understand this is something that is new for CAT. And so they were very excited. And people in the community were very excited about the fact that we were increasing awareness as well. Now we're into the Georgia State Legislative session. Mike Vacker is on this Zoom as well, and so he can jump in if needed. But 3 things going forward. You know, the legislative session it's a unique session. You know, there are COVID protocols that are really kind of, I guess, upstaging the normal flow of things at the legislature. And I think this session is going to be a little bit abbreviated, where they have a session, take a break, have a session. It won't go with the usual flow of the legislative session. We are moving forward with the legislative priorities that we've discussed going back to December and into January. And to our new members, I will make sure that we send you the information on the legislative priorities that we are working with, that we are working on. Know that we are still have the support of the chamber, and we've talked to other groups around the city that are also backing us on these legislative priorities. It seems as though we do have momentum. We have, you know, many members of our House delegation as well as our Senate delegation supporting our efforts. And so we are looking for, you know, we're hopeful that we can be successful on at least one front, if not all of them. The one thing that I'm going to ask Mr. Vacker to weigh in on is on today, I believe Representative Carl Gilliard plans to introduce local legislation to amend the 1986 CAT Act to remove the language that limits the ability of Chatham Area Transit to have the ability to extend services to the entire area of Chatham County. This is not an official CAT bill that we are working with, and I'm going to let Mr. Vacker kind of weigh in and take it from there. We just want to make sure that you all are aware of this in case you are asked about it. So, Mr. Vacker.
Sure, be glad to bring you an update. The members went back into session at 10 o'clock this morning. There, in fact, was one member who was expelled from the House for refusing to be tested for COVID, which is the first time I have ever seen that in all the years I've been doing this. We have 3 pieces of legislation that are poised for introduction, not necessarily today, but sometime later this week. One is HB 46, which the excise tax on diesel fuel reinstatement. We have 2 versions that I have received just this morning on the single county transit splost amendments, which look very good. And those will be ready to introduce tomorrow. And I am waiting to see the language on the countywide service delivery that Representative Gilliard is introducing and trying to move forward with at a minimum to generally get a serious dialogue going among all of the jurisdictions on how an expansion of CAT services countywide would work. We will have a delegation meeting in the morning. I know that all of these will be a topic of discussion, and I will stress that HB 46 is CAT legislation. The single county transit splost is CAT legislation. The countywide initiative is purely Representative Gilliard's initiative, but it is my understanding from conversation with him last evening that not only is County Commission Chairman Chester Ellis on board with this, but City of Savannah Mayor Van Johnson is on board as well. So we will see how this unfolds. We are very, very early in the session. We are in fact on the 5th legislative day. So there are 35 days to go, and the committees have not begun functioning yet. We will start seeing that sometime later this week or next week. We are anticipating some breaks in the session, but at this moment, we just don't know what that calendar is going to look like. I'm up here. I will be up here every day that they are in session and more, and we'll continue to provide not only the weekly reports, but daily updates to our executive director so that we can be totally coordinated on what we are doing and what we are trying to accomplish. I'll be glad to answer any questions that anybody has.
All right, if there are no questions, thank you, Mr. Vacker, for that. So again, we just wanted you to be aware of the legislation and of our process, just in case any of you all are asked about it. If you all have questions that you don't think of right now, please feel free to, call us up and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. Much of what is on this slide, we've already talked about in terms of COVID-19 and the surge. Again, we are working with the state of Georgia and the Coastal Region Health Department officials to ensure that the priority is maintained for transit workers who are eligible, who decide they want to take the vaccine. We are not recommending that it be mandatory at this time based on the recommendation of Dr. Davis. They are not mandating that their employees take it as well, because I believe the vaccine is still being viewed as experimental at this time. And so there's a lot of liability that goes along with that. So we're not recommending it right now, but we still want to make sure that for those of us that plan to take it, that our priority is still maintained. We have signed on to a letter with the Georgia Transit Association urging the governor and the state to ensure that transit maintains its priority or goes up higher on the list since it's taking them so long to get through the vaccinations. And so we are participating with the Georgia Transit Association on that, and we will keep you posted if we get any movement on that. And of course, on January 19th, we joined the city of Savannah, as well as the rest of the country, in recognizing or remembering those that have lost their battle to COVID. And of course, as you are aware, we did lose one operator, Melissa Edwards. That was committee meeting day, I believe. And if you recall, many of us on the staff had on red that day. And we did that in honor of Ms. Edwards and all of our loved ones that we lost due to COVID. And then the bus headways that day said, "Cat remembers Melissa Edwards." And it was something that went over very well with the community, as well as her family expressed their appreciation that we are continuing to honor the legacy and the memory of Ms. Edwards. And that concludes the executive director's report. I'll entertain any additional questions that you all may have. If not, I will turn it back over to the chair.
Real quick, just to comment. I just have to say, great presentation from everybody. Yeah, quite lots of good information, well presented, and I'm excited to see where it all goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Ms. Malden and the executive staff for that information. Now to executive session. I'd like to ask for a motion or a second to enter into closed session for matters under personnel and privileged legal matters, and to instruct the chair to execute an affidavit on behalf of the board for the day's executive session.
I'll make the motion to move.
Second. With a 5-minute break.
Yes, with a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Chairman, I'll go ahead and do the roll call for that motion.
Thank you, ma'am.
Director Emister?
Yes.
Director Odell?
Yes.
Director Stone?
Yes.
Director Lockett? Director Adams?
Yes.
Director Robinson? Okay, Director Leggett?
Yes.
Director O'Halloran?
Yes.
Chairman Cody?
Yes,
Okay, Chairman, the motion passed.
thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
gonna move on to executive session. 5-minute break.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have we been streaming on YouTube with all, what was being shown? Did we have the cat logo up?
Halloran, we had a screen up that showed you all were in executive session.
Okay. I just noticed we're still live.
Yeah, I just took it down when you came back up.
All right.
You ready to go?
Am I on?
Yes.
All right. Now that we are out of executive session, I want to note that there was no action or votes taken during a closed session. We can now move on to old business. Did we add to old business about
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
we did add the extension of the COVID-19 emergency measures. And I did confer with staff during the break. The CEO authority measures were taken out of this item, and that was the part that I was seeking to remove from consideration. The extension of the COVID-19 emergency measures as it stands in this item is to allow the CEO and the COO to be able to make operational decisions in terms of schedules and things like that based on, in response to COVID and to the surge.
All right.
It doesn't have anything to do with financial authority. That has been removed at my request.
All right. So do we have any old unfinished business? Do we have any new business?
Well, that item still would need to be considered. The financial authority has been removed, but the item as it was presented was for the authority measures, for the emergency measures to allow us to do scheduling changes if we need to evacuate the building, things like that without having to call a special call board meeting.
I'll make a motion, we accept that with the changes.
Second.
Right. We have a ticket,
Roll
Beverly?
call. Yes, sir. Director Emerson,
Yes.
Director Odell,
Yes.
Director Stone,
Yes.
Director Lockett,
Yes.
Director Adams,
Did he come back in? Yeah, there he is.
Yes. Yes.
yes, sir. Director Robinson, Director Leggett,
Yes.
Director O'Halloran,
Yes.
and Chairman Cody.
Yes.
Director Robinson, we're on the motion to accept the changes to the COVID-19 emergency measures. Okay, that's a yes for Dr. Robinson.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have any other motions?
Mr. Chairman, is it now time to make a motion as per our discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that at this time it is necessary to terminate our executive director effective immediately.
Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
Beverly?
Chairman, roll call vote. Director Emerson,
No.
Director Odell,
Yes.
Director Stone,
Yes.
Director Lockett,
Yes.
Director Adams,
Yes.
Director Robinson,
No.
Director Leggett,
No.
Director O'Halloran,
Yes.
Chairman Cody.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. want to thank everybody for coming out to the board meeting this week. I am sorry we had to close out like this. I want to also thank Ms. Malden for her services to us.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you. With that being said, I want to adjourn this meeting.
Dietrich, we may want to let who's going to be in charge know.
All right, we are going to temporarily put Mr. Stearns and at least until the end of the week, until we all reconvene on another special call meeting.
I'm just disappointed, y'all. I don't think this was the right move, but I did what I could, and I guess we'll see where the chips fall. Thank you.
Fully noted.
Do you need a motion for putting Mr. Stern in the interim position?
Probably, yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, then I would make that motion.
Second.
I got a question.
Ms. Robinson?
The the dual role, we just did one individual and not two people in the interim?
Till the end of the week, it was
To the end of the week.
motioned for.
That's just to the end of the week. And we'll get back, reconvene, and make our final decision on the temporary selection.
Does he have to agree to it, or?
Yes, I would imagine.
Is Mr. Stern on?
I am.
All right, the question is, are you willing to agree to do a temporary role for us until Friday of the CEO position?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, David.
Let's take Beverly, we need to take a roll on that motion.
Yes, sir. Director Emister? Director Odell?
Yes.
Director Stone?
Yes.
Director Lockett?
Yes.
Director Adams?
Yes.
Director Robinson?
She's trying to get unmuted.
I abstain.
Okay. Director Leggett? Director O'Halloran?
Yes.
And Chairman Cody?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. That being said, I want to adjourn this meeting. I hope everybody have a better ending to your day.
Yes,
Take care,
thank you.
everyone.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.